1, 2. This is a live test now. Testing your microphone.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's still coming. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good lad. Okay, don't worry about music. I'm not worried about music. Turn it down. I don't want it too loud.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning, Alec. It takes a while to come in.
Okay, yes.
Am I fine? Cameraman?
Nico, what are we doing here? Because we don't know. Or the speech, we no longer have the opening address and whatever. Today now, why is he not fitted with these things? That's why I want us to do the things. When he, I'm okay. It's just that I wanted to check as to am I giving the keynote now?
Yes.
You didn't open it. See? Because the things. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah. Yeah, they need to put this in. That's why I was asking you that.
I just had to change. I've done the change.
Yeah. But you don't have these things. That's why I asked you.
Okay, so it's just. No, 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 it's okay. Yes, you will be welcome and
But it's okay. I drank water in the morning. I'm exhausted.
Yes. Yes, yes,
I wanna
yes. Phone calls and updates and things she never had time to do. Granny's teas. So when you start talking, I'll put my mask on. Yeah, because I think they need. They might be.
I've been saying, but the food is in he doesn't have it, and he's
Yes, I'll
supposed to be
give
doing
an
the welcoming.
overview. I won't go
And
to.
something wrong was going to happen. Had I not intervened.
No, there's no need. They're going to distract me. So what I'll do, I'll do the opening and then we'll go to. So the slides you can run them because it will remind me of the national anthem.
So in the first place, let's get the first. See, right? I don't know whether all these people are there. Hmm. Yeah. Mhm. Here's my handkerchief. I think. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to this wonderful day in November. My name is Mabatu Mabuya. I'm CEO of Cyril Ramaphosa Foundation, and I'm quite excited to be here this morning. And I'm sure all of us that are joining us here and at your virtual platforms, you are excited to be with us today. As Cyril Ramaphosa Foundation, we are an excited partner, a willing partner to the Department of Education, and we work in education and in small business development. However, my role today, it's one that would help us smooth into this long-awaited second care and support for teaching and learning conference, which would be taking us over the next 3 days, half days, as your programs may have shown you. I would like to welcome you and say that on this day, because we are both on virtual and some here with us in Pretoria, there are some house rules that we would like to just take you through. The first one is that the bathroom, it is where you normally go to. The second one is that we would like this to be as interactive as possible, and we would like to ask you to just hover around on your screens. You'd see the Q&A, you would see the chat box. If you would like to ask a question, please post it there. If you would like to chat and just inform us on something, please post it there as well. We are really looking forward to an interactive 3 days, and we hope that with your participation, we would come out with solutions that would help us to stick to our theme and realize it, which is to reimagine care and support for teaching and learning in South Africa during this difficult global pandemic time. We know that we have seen many changes, we've seen many challenges, but we think that with all the speakers that we have on this day, we would be able to smooth sail through this and definitely take our lessons over to the next era. Without further ado, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Whittle, who is the DDG for Care and Support Services in the Department of Basic Education. Now, Dr. Whittle's department is seen as the heartbeat of the education sector because he looks after all the soft elements that truly makes our education and our learners succeed and our teachers to succeed in the workplace. However, while we wait for Dr. Whittle to join us, we are going to request that we sing the national anthem of South Africa, followed by the anthem of the African Union. And you can stand where you are, you can sing along, but most importantly is to observe what the two prayers say for each of us in South Africa and for the African continent. Thank you. Let us make Africa the tree of life. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now hand over to Dr. Whittle, who would officially welcome us to this August conference, and he would also take us through the purpose of the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Mabatu Maboya. Greetings to our Deputy Minister, Dr. Regina Mahaule. Country Representative of UNICEF, Ms. Christine Muigana. Also want to acknowledge the board chairpersons of the NECT, Mr. Sizwan Kasana, as well as the board chairperson of MIT Africa, Professor John Volmink. Government officials at national, provincial, and district levels, our partners in organized labor, our key partners and donors who have joined us at this conference, esteemed guests, good morning to all of you. I have the great honor and privilege to welcome you to the official opening of the second conference on care and support for teaching and learning. On behalf of the Department of Basic Education, I take this opportunity to thank you for joining us this morning. It has always been our desire to host a physical engagement during 2021, but because of COVID, as you all know, we are forced to do this virtually. I was told that close on 500 delegates have registered to attend this conference, and we are very grateful to welcome you to this occasion. As most of us know, CSTL is a SADC-initiated operational framework, which was signed in 2008 by more than 11 SADC states. And it is intended to contribute to the educational outcomes of access, retention, performance, through facilitating the provision of context-specific responses to learning barriers. Through CSTL, we seek to provide a basket of support services to remove the barriers to learning. Our children across the region face many challenges such as poverty, violence, homelessness, drug and substance abuse, and a range of health challenges, including unhealthy diets, mental illness, as well as HIV. These conditions have a direct impact on their ability to access school, to stay in school, and to achieve to their full potential. We continue to sensitize our school practitioners, our teachers and principals to the early identification of such barriers, what to look for, how best to support learners, and how to build care and support networks for referral purposes that our learners can benefit from. This care and support for teaching and learning virtual conference is hosted under the theme, Reimagining Care and Support, taking stock, education recovery and continuity. It is a collaborative partnership between the Department of Basic Education, UNICEF South Africa, the National Education Collaboration Trust, and MIET Africa. Its purpose is to acknowledge and advance the importance of care and support in our schools, to ensure that care and support during this time of COVID is fit for purpose, in order to allow for education recovery and to build back better. This is a sequel to our inaugural conference that was convened in June of 2018, in recognition of a number of initiatives that had over the years been introduced into our schools by some of our partners that have enabled children to access school, to stay in school, and to achieve their full potential. The CSTL conference of 2018 provided impetus to a much needed national dialogue on the centrality of learner well-being to educational outcomes, and began to cohere a range of initiatives across the country under the rubric of the nationally adopted framework for care and support for teaching and learning. From the inaugural chapter in 2018, the CSTL conference was intended to be a biannual meeting of the minds of stakeholders and custodians, mutually supporting one another for a more efficient and better coordinated ecology of care and support delivery in our schools. We could not convene in 2020 because of COVID, and we have taken the necessary measures to ensure that we could meet today in 2021, even though it is virtual. Since the inception of CSTL in 2008, it has been the vision of the SADC Secretariat to build a regional response to issues of care and support. That is why in this conference you will find some reflections from SADC and from ESA, the East and Southern African Regional Bloc, on some of their perspectives on how they have dealt with issues of care and support, particularly during the COVID period. This meeting today is also taking place at a critical time, as the world is just about to enter into the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, under the international theme, Orange the World, end violence against women now. We know from the evidence that children and women are the most vulnerable groups against violence and forms of abuse. In the South African context, as you know, our president, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, has referred to this particular pandemic as the second pandemic, obviously accompanying COVID. In particular, within the SADC region, women and girls bear the brunt of the HIV pandemic, with their infection rates being between 1.8 and 5.5 times higher than their male counterparts. In addition, the region grapples with the phenomenon of child marriages and the scourge of teenage pregnancies, which seems to have escalated since the COVID-19 lockdown last year. CSTL and the ESSA commitment on the sexual and reproductive health rights for youth are some of the strategies that can enable our concerted efforts within the SADC region to ensure that vulnerable children and youth are protected. The program for the next 3 days will table some presentations to discuss some of these issues. CSTL has enabled the department to forge partnerships across government, with social development, with the Department of Health, with the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, across the NGO sector, civil society, a range of our development partners, and also with the private sector. As such, some knowledge sharing will be coming from other government departments, from civil society, and of course from the private sector. May this conference achieve its goal of sharing knowledge, skills, and innovative approaches to building back better, to ensure that we're able to recover learning losses that we've sustained during the COVID period. And our primary task as colleagues working in this field is to continue to build a brighter future for all our children. I thank you for your attention. I want to wish you well, and I look forward to deliberations over the next 3 days. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Whittle, and thank you for that message to re-emphasize the centrality of care and support in teaching and learning, and how it's able to really make a difference between success, learner outcomes, and continuous life support. I think that it is now time for us to request that we receive a keynote address from the Honorable Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Dr. Regina Maule. Dr. Maule was appointed as a Deputy Minister in 2019. However, she has always been in key leadership positions in the public sector, from local government in Mbombela, Mpumalanga, to provincial government in Mpumalanga, and now here in national government. But that is not the essence of our welcoming note today. We know that through her thesis that she has done with her doctorate in public administration from University of Fort Hare, she really looked into the implication of teacher development in improved learner achievement. And that really fits into what we are trying to do, what we would like to see as the outcomes, some of the outcomes of this conference, but we would like her to share with us the keynote on how we coped and what we achieved and what we learned for a better basic education in South Africa. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Mawati. Greetings to you again, and thank you for the opportunity that you are giving to me. Greetings to our Minister, she requested me to stand in on her behalf to read this keynote address. Our MECs of Education, Chairperson of the Basic Education Portfolio Committee and Select Committee on Education and Technology, Sports and Culture, country representative of UNICEF South Africa, Ms. Christine Mugigana, Board Chairperson, National Education Collaboration Trust, NECT, Mr. Sizwe Masan, Board Chairperson of Mid Africa, Professor John Bolmer, Deputy Director General, I know he is busy, our DG, not the Deputy Director General. And greetings to Dr. Grenville Whittle, who is driving this program, program director, Zero Dropout Teaching Array Trust, Ms. Mel Mansfield, Chief Executive Officer of the National Education Collaboration Trust, Mr. Godwin Koza, Meet Africa, Ms. Jennifer Norris, Acting Director, Research, Coordination, Monitoring and Evaluation, Ms. Nompumelelo Mahodlwana, partners, organized labor, SGB associations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonan. I'm so humbled to be given this opportunity to address the second National Conference on Care and Support for Teaching and Learning. The second National Conference on Care and Support for Teaching and Learning, CSTL 2021 conference, brings together world thought leaders in the field of care and support from home and beyond our borders. Just like we did in 2018, we have formidable partners such as the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and the Media in Education Trust, Africa, Meet Africa, and other stakeholders walking the talk and care and support with basic education. The second National Conference on Care and Support aims to take stock and reimagine care and support in education, recovery, and continuity, obviously in the context of COVID-19 and other emerging challenges. The Care and Support for Teaching and Learning program is a Southern African Development Community SADC initiative adopted by education ministers in 2008. Out of that meeting, the SADC education ministers agreed on a regional vision to reform the education sector to support the needs of orphans and vulnerable children across the region. The goal of the CSTL program is to realize the educational rights of all children, including those who are most vulnerable, through school becoming inclusive centers of learning and teaching. The CSTL program intends to prevent and mitigate factors that negatively impact the enrollment, retention, performance, and progression of vulnerable learners in schools by addressing barriers to learning and teaching. South Africa, one of the 6 countries, including Eswatini, Zambia, Madagascar, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Mozambique, implemented phase 1 of the Care and Support program between 2008 and 2015. Today, care and support programs are mainstreamed in many SADC countries. We no longer just want to learn from best practices and experiences, but to institutionalize care and support and take it to the next level of growth and innovation. Therefore, there's an urgent need to take stock of the work done in the last 13 years. Our obsession must be to recalibrate the care and support sector to meet the demands of the 21st century, learners bedeviled by global health emergencies such as COVID-19. We must build a robust care and support ecosystem that can support vulnerable learners, even if their schools as delivery sites and are temporarily closed, as we have experienced since the COVID-19 school closures occurred in 2020. As a country, South Africa has long come to a deliberate conclusion that the care and support for teaching and learning must foreground all our extra curriculum activities. For instance, one much fancied national school nutrition program dates back to the dawn of freedom in 1994. The nutrition program is intending for the school learners and is a catalyst project established by our founding father of the new South Africa, President Baba Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Thus, it is the longest running pro-poor initiative and by far the most successful government driven project. The school nutrition program aims to enhance the learning capacity of learners through the provision of healthy meals at schools. We reach 9 million of the 12 million learners per day across the country and provide healthy meals to them every school day. Where it is implemented, the nutrition program has improved punctuality, regular school attendance, concentration, and participation of learners' general being. Whilst learners are being provided with nutritional meals, they also taught to establish and maintain good eating and lifestyle habits for life. Nutrition education also provides teachers with resource materials to support the curriculum and make every school healthy. Program Director, another care and support initiative is the Integrated School Health Program. The health program contributes to learners' health and well-being by screening them for health barriers to learning. We implement the Integrated School Health Program together with the Department of Health. The health program has expanded over time to reach most learners in primary and secondary school across our country. The program offers a comprehensive and integrated package of services, including sexual and reproductive health services for older learners. The health service package includes a significant health education component for each of the 4 school phases, such as leading a healthy lifestyle and drug and substance abuse awareness, and health screening for vision, hearing, oral health, and TB, and on-site services such as deworming and immunization. For instance, the second largest initiative in our health package is the National Deworming Program. The program aims to improve quality education through the prevention of soil-transmitted helminths, STH, in learners. The deworming program reaches over 6 million learners from grade R to grade 7 in quintile 1 to 3 primary schools, the same schools that provide healthy meals daily. The deworming program aims to improve children's health, reduce learner barriers to learning, and assist learners in staying in schools and receiving quality education. Furthermore, the program promotes attitude and behavior that will positively impact learners' current and future health status. Equally important is the National Hygiene Program, another vital layer of the health program. The National School Hygiene Program involves a 21-day in-class behavior change campaign and provides soap, toothpaste, and toothbrushes to learners on all school days. This hygiene initiative has universal access for all grade 1 learners in South Africa and is exclusively funded by the private sector, just like the deworming initiative. Since the advent of the Care and Support for Teaching and Learning framework, we have made it easier for children to access school, stay in school, and achieve good results over the last 13 years. The holistic response appraises, protects, and improves learners' health, intending to reduce absenteeism, increase academic achievement, and ultimately the quality of basic education. Today and over the next 13 years, we have committed ourselves to expand the care and support services in schools to ensure every child has the best schooling experience, thus giving them a head start in life. Notwithstanding budgetary constraints, our ultimate objective is to place skilled care and support practitioners in every school throughout the breadth and depth of our country. We are acutely aware that this is a tall order, hence our sincere appreciation to all international and local partners who have been with us since the beginning. We call upon more private sector mandarins to extend a helping hand as we mount a final assault on social ills in our basic education system head on. We appeal for resource sharing between the resourced schools and the underdeveloped schools. We request partnerships with the non-governmental sector to help us reach the most vulnerable learners, even in far-flung rural areas. Program Director, the challenges we face in the basic education system are enormous, and our children need help as in yesterday and day before yesterday. Consequently, our appeal remains the need to go further and faster, reach the Kauleza phase of care and support. We applaud those organizations and individuals here today that have been part of the children revolution that predates the current care and support wave. These care and support warriors continue to, in various ways, to do good even after the care and support initiatives were institutionalized. We are eternally grateful for your continued support for our children. There is still need, there's still a need to redouble our efforts to better service orphans and vulnerable learners in our care. We need more, not less, champions of care and support in our basic education ecosystem. This second conference of the care and support must dialogue on the best ways to meet the ever-changing needs of today's children during the COVID-19 period and beyond. Our schools must become sanctuaries for all. The classroom must remain a holy grail of teaching and learning. As basic education bureaucrats, our aim is to build on the success of the past decades so that we can create a secure future for our children today and tomorrow. Our policies and implementation plans must be robust enough to stand the rest of time and help build a fairer, better society in our lifetime. We must above all consolidate our efforts to ensure the best possible package of care and support for all our children. The consolidation exercise begins with the ensuring of a shared understanding of what needs to be done between partners, custodians, and basic education stakeholders. We hope that the outcome of the second conference of the care and support will give us precisely that. I wish you well. Please proceed with the conference deliberations with an ambition to achieve a common purpose in serving our vulnerable children better and faster. We wish to express our heartfelt and most sincere gratitude to all the delegates, speakers, and facilitators for indulging and supporting us in this critical second national conference on care and support for teaching and learning. And we wish this conference well again, and we are looking forward to the outcomes of the conference. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, Dr. Maule. Thank you so much for encouraging us to continue in this important work. And I would like to say, yes, we agree. We agree with the SADC education ministers. We agree with yourself on saying that we need to make sure that the education that our children receives is in an inclusive environment, is in an environment that has an ecosystem that fosters care and support, and it is robust and agile, and it's able to move with the times, but most importantly, address the barriers of learning that our children face, but setting them up for success. However, all of this work would not be possible without our partners that have helped us to navigate this journey, but our partners that are also present with us today at this conference. And I would like to give them an opportunity to share with us messages of support. We would like first start with a message of support from UNICEF by Christine Muhigana, who has been a global player, a global supporter of development for many years. Her profile says over 33 years, but when I look at her, I don't want to agree with 33 years. From New York to Central African Republic, Now in South Africa, she has been in Dakar, so she has been contributing to the work that we are trying to do. And today would ask her for a message of support and sharing with us on how enhancing partnerships during these uncertain times, while also retaining our commitments to children through care support, can continue, and how we can bring those into our conference today. Thank you very much. Over to you, Christine.
Thank you, Madam Program Director. Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Regina Maule, Deputy Director General, Dr. Grenville Whittle, the CEO of the Cyril Ramaphosa Foundation, Ms. Mabato Maboya, Board Chairperson of MIET Africa, Professor John Volmink, the Chairperson of the National Education Collaboration Trust, Mr. Sizwe Sasana, friends and colleagues participating in this very important and timely conference. On behalf of UNICEF, I'm pleased to be with you at the second Care and Support for Teaching and Learning Conference under the theme, Learning from COVID-19, Strengthening Care and Support. COVID-19 highlighted the socioeconomic and related disparities among children, both here in South Africa and globally. Addressing the plight of vulnerable children and the barriers they face became an emergency for UNICEF. These challenging nearly 2 years now have also reminded us about the power of solidarity, of partnerships, and how collectively we can and must make a difference for children. At the height of the pandemic, UNICEF, working with the Department of Basic Education, committed to focus on 2 critical areas, namely, fostering the continuation of learning through providing online curriculum resources and supporting a conducive and safe learning environment through, among other initiatives, the construction of hand washing stations and the production and dissemination of health promotion messaging. With our partners in government, in the corporate sector, and civil society, we worked and indeed continue to work today to ensure that our support for vulnerable children goes uninterrupted during the lockdowns and when schools reopen. As part of our efforts to support the continuation of learning during the pandemic, UNICEF, through NECT, provided resources for the development of learning materials to support both learners and teachers. This included the broadcasting of educational programs for foundation phase learners, as well as the development of COVID-19 prevention messages for both learners and educators. Through our established corporate partnerships, particularly members of the UNICEF South Africa CEO network, but also new bilateral partnerships, public ones, we were able to install hand washing stations in schools located in vulnerable communities, and thereby promoting hygiene and better health outcomes for the learners. This also went a long way in allowing schools to remain safely open. Like all of you here today, we were very concerned by the July unrest in KwaZulu-Natal. We therefore committed to work with the KZN Provincial Department of Education to repair some of the schools that were damaged. Thanks to our joint fundraising and outreach to donors, both in South Africa and beyond, we received overwhelming support, including from private foundations. A total of 18.5 million rands were pledged by partners to rebuild and rehabilitate selected schools in the 12 affected districts in KwaZulu-Natal. This reconstruction will include repair and refurbishment of special needs schools and provision of learners for transportation. We have also committed to supporting mental health and psychosocial support programs for teachers, non-teaching staff, practitioners, and facilitators at early childhood development centers in KZN. At present, UNICEF, in partnership with the Department of Basic Education, is in the process of supporting the development of a telehealth online platform, which will benefit learners and teachers to access psychosocial assistance through their social media platforms. This platform will complement existing school-based health services and will have a positive impact on physical and mental health outcomes for children and adolescents. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather today as another eventful and at times challenging year draws to a close. With this in mind, let us recognize the power of partnerships in ensuring the quality of care and support that we need to provide for the children today, for a better tomorrow for all of us. I wish you well with your discussions and deliberations, and thank you again for this opportunity to address you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. And thank you for the powerful message that also centralizes us that with the power of collectivism and solidarity for our children. Thank you for traveling the journey with us and making sure that we are able to adapt and to rebuild. Thank you so much, UNICEF. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Professor John Volmick, who is the board chairperson of Meet Africa. He would be sharing as one of our partners a message of support, looking at the insider-outsider perspective of care and support and opportunities for Ubuntuism. Professor Volmick is a renowned academic who's been centrally involved in the education sector in South Africa. We all know him from curriculum reform to quality standards at Umalusi, and currently he's still continuing to help us improve and shape the education sector through his chairpersonship at Meet Africa and participation in many other boards. Professor Volmick, welcome, over to you.
Well, thank you, Program Director. Honorable Minister, Basic Education, Ms. Angie Mochecha. Honorable Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Ms. Regina Mwali, Dr. Granville Whittle, the Deputy DG for DBE, and Ms. Christine Mugana, Country Representative of UNICEF, South Africa. And then, of course, Mr. Sizim Ngasana, Board Chairperson of the NECT. Distinguished colleagues, good morning. And thank you for the honor of being here today and making a few opening comments. As the chairperson of the board of MIT Africa, I simply want to say that MIT Africa is a regional NGO established in South Africa 25 years ago with a singular vision, and that is to improve the lives of children and youth. We came to understand that this means going beyond just curriculum delivery, which is important, but to include considerations of other factors, such as the emotional well-being and psychosocial needs of both learners and teachers. Another one is the support for the development of caring and loving relationships in schools, so important. And then nutritional and health related needs of learners and teachers. These lessons that we learned over time were later incorporated into a broader program called Care and Support for Teaching and Learning, CSTL, which is aimed at mainstreaming care and support in the entire education system. So we also came to realize that if we want to address the systemic barriers that are impacting on teaching and learning it will require involving several other sectors. We can't do it by ourselves. In particular, as an example, MIT Africa has been working with ministries of education in the region in the fight against HIV and AIDS since 1998. We started with a focus on information and on knowledge and developing HIV curriculum materials for the classroom. But we soon realized that we could not work with teachers alone. And so in this case, we broadened our support to include parents and communities. And this was the seed that eventually grew into care and support for teaching and learning. And I've been, this is an amazing development. They've been adopted by the SADC education ministries for ensuring a caring and supportive teaching and learning environments for children and youth in this country and the region. CSTL has shown the benefit of multi-level cycle of influence. So from regional to national to local, and then also from local to national to regional. But it also illustrates that there is no quick fix. And there is it's hard work. And it demonstrates that when we really are determined, what can be achieved in a shared long-term vision with a long-term commitment by all partners. And in this regard, I would like to pay tribute to Minister Angie Motshekga for her leadership and her encouragement all along the way. So as I close, colleagues, I would like to just make the point that CSTL is not without a philosophical underpinning. It is based, the conceptual framework is based on an awareness of an ethic of care and of empathy. And this is what Ubuntu is all about. And I think it's important that we embrace this concept of Ubuntu that says, I am because you are and we are. In other words, it says a person is a person by virtue of other persons. And by embracing our interconnectedness and by embracing our interdependence, we can give expression to our common humanity in a world that's based on compassion and care. And it's a paradigm that would hopefully lead to a more humane education informed by this ethic of care and the spirit of generosity, that unselfish concern for others. And the CSTL speaks to the personal pleasure derived from understanding and helping others. So MIT Africa has been greatly honored to play a role in the preparation of this conference and in the evolution of the CSTL model. But we would not have been able to reach this point without the support of our minister and without the resources and engagement with our partners. A special thank you to UNICEF for walking the long road with us. This conference is evidence of what can be achieved when partners come together to demonstrate that we are connected with each other and that we are dependent on each other. We look forward to sharing and learning from each other over the next 3 days so that collectively we can make the CSTL program work for a better present and for a better future for all our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Volmik. Thank you for your encouraging message. but most importantly, reminding us of our interdependence as humanity, reminding us of those centrality around ethics of care and being unselfish in caring for others, particularly the vulnerable. Thank you very much for your message, and we're looking forward to your participation through the conference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Sizwe Ngasana. Dr. Ngasana, he is currently the chairperson, the co-founder and chairperson of the National Education Collaboration Trust. Dr. Ngasana has, through his leadership in large private sector companies such as the FirstRand Group and Telkom, has contributed towards the breakthrough of collaboration and partnerships within the education sector. Currently, Dr. Ngasana, he is a social entrepreneur who has established the Future Nation schools. He's involved in making sure that education, quality education, is accessible through the Ikusasa Letu financial aid program, as well as the work that they're doing at Future Nation schools. However, today, Dr. Ngasana is here to share with us how, as sectors and sector collaboration during the COVID-19 has made sure that we are able to be optimistic and continue optimizing the care and support through collectivism, but mainly making sure that the resources that are deployed and how they are monitored and the evaluation to make sure that we get the results out of our collectivism approach can benefit the vulnerable learners. Welcome, Sizwe, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks very much to all the delegates. And if I could just start off by recognizing the Minister, the Deputy Minister, all the senior officials, I hope the DG is here, and all the attendees of this very important conference. And it comes at a time when we know just the pain, the suffering, and anguish that's being suffered by a lot of young people who've been adversely affected, not only by COVID-19, but also by the slow economic growth, the fact that a lot of young people who are in our education system or even outside the education system are not receiving the kind of support that they need. And we read and learn of a lot of really tragic stories of young people who even resort to taking their lives because of lack of support, because of all the trauma, the psychosocial support that they need, which is often very lacking. This is why, when we look at it in the context of this CSTL conference, it is important for us to really issue a clarion call for people to work together, because very often, if we just talk about our learners that are in the public schooling system, not only are they missing out on learning and teaching because of the problems that the system encounters in terms of COVID-19, but also we've seen how young people have been affected, for instance, in terms of nutrition, sexual harassment, gender-based violence has increased quite significantly during this time, which then means the education system cannot just work on its own. It needs to work with other partners to address the issues and the challenges that are faced, because very often teachers, for instance, are not able to deal with these issues which are outside of what actually goes on in the classroom. We've seen a lot of young people, being affected, for instance, not being able to go to clinics, and that's led to not just gender-based violence, but also increases in the incidence of young people, especially girls, who are falling pregnant. We've seen incidents of a lot of young people who are going hungry because often families and households do not have money because people have lost jobs and so on. So we do need a lot of people, including business, civil society, NGOs, to work together with the Department of Basic Education to address a lot of these issues that a lot of young people are facing, which is why this conference comes at a very timeous time, because it is important for people to work together. And I hope just, with the presentation that we're going to be getting today and tomorrow, the clarion call for people to work together is going to be answered so that we can collaborate and work together, because government alone cannot solve and address all of the problems and the issues that are faced by the system. the National Education Collaboration Trust, through, especially when the lockdown started in April last year, has been able to get a lot of support from a number of organizations, including companies and NGOs, to provide support to the Department of Basic Education. Obviously, COVID is still with us, and therefore we need this ongoing support from everybody who is involved, so that at the end of the day, the future of our young people can be preserved. The hope that young people are lacking and missing right now can be restored. Because without the hope for the young people that their future is going to be better, it means a lot of the young people looks very bleak. So I call on everybody, all the stakeholders, including business, civil society, NGOs, the teacher unions, to work together so that we can provide support to a lot of our young people out there. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngasana. Thank you for your message. And yes, working together with the Department of Basic Education, partnerships and collaborations that drive to succeed in bridging the necessary support to preserve the future of our young people. And I think that is why we are saying that it's an important conversation over the next 3 days. However, to make it further interactive, I would like to remind us that we have a chat box and a question and answer. If you hover on the right side of your screen, to please post any questions that you would like our speakers to respond to. Next is for our message of support. I would like to welcome Mr. Shiraz Chakera, who is joining us all the way from New York. He is the education specialist for gender and equality and girls education in UNICEF. Welcome, Shiraz. Mr. Chakera has broadly spent a lot of time of his career in research, in policy, in programmatic experiences that are helping us to now recognize and bring central issues around gender equality, girl education, and making education a reality through the necessary reforms in the different sectors throughout the world. Mr. Chakera is here to share with us how we can reimagine care and support post the COVID-19 era, how we can leverage technology, and what is it that we can start looking and casting our eyes into the future, and what we can bring into the different collaborations and partnerships that we are busy with. Thank you very much and welcome, Mr. Chakera.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome, and thank you so much to the range of organizers for inviting me. It's a real privilege and a real pleasure to speak to such an esteemed and broad and substantial audience in South Africa. I've had the opportunity to do it a number of times working for UNICEF, and it's a real pleasure to do that today. I'm going to be sharing my slides, so let me just do that now and confirm that that is working before I proceed with my presentation. Can I get confirmation that the slides are visible to the audience? Yeah, great.
Yes, they are.
Fantastic. So yeah, once again, thank you very much for inviting me. It's a real pleasure and privilege to be here. My name is Shiraz Chakera. I'm an education specialist with UNICEF. I'm recently joined UNICEF's global office after a number of years working in UNICEF's Nairobi office, which covers the Eastern and Southern Africa region, which includes South Africa. With my presentation today, I think I've got a good amount of time, about 30 minutes, maybe a bit less if things have run over. But I'm going to not take all of that time, so hopefully there will be time for questions that people can, I think, write in the question box or the chat box. But I'm really going to do two things with this presentation. First, I'm going to remind ourselves of the crises that have hit both children, young people, and teachers as a result of the COVID crisis and the COVID-related school shutdowns. Just to know, I'm going to be very much giving a global perspective of the challenges, which hopefully will be useful for the South African audience in terms of identifying how many of the challenges that South Africa faces are very similar, and many other countries around the world are facing very similar challenges. So I'm going to summarize in the first half of my presentation the major challenges that we see arising, looking particularly to then, towards the end of that first part, think about the health and mental health and well-being challenges that children and teachers have faced. And then I'm going to, in the second part of the presentation, think about what emerging innovative approaches are being established, and ask the question, whilst they're emerging, so then we may not have a huge amount of information about how successful they are yet, what is it that we might need to do to make sure that innovative 4IR interventions can be impactful and can be equitable. So let me start the presentation by just reminding ourselves of the reality of the school shutdowns. I'm going to just share a slide here of the period of the peak of the school shutdown, where you can see the red countries here through a period of March at the beginning of the COVID crisis, certainly as it hit Eastern and Southern Africa, the map you have in front of you, through over the first year of the crisis. And of course, the crisis is not over yet. However, and so what we saw over a period of a year, actually a bit longer, was a full school shutdown for approximately around 4 or 5 months, 6 months in most countries, and then slowly reopening, but then reclosing. And we have a situation now where in Eastern and Southern Africa, where Uganda is still a country that is fully closed due to the impact of COVID and concerns about how to keep the community safe. So that's something that colleagues will know, and it's just hopefully useful to see that wider view beyond South Africa. That has created a learning crisis. What I first want to note is that there was a pre-existing learning crisis in many countries around the world. There is a sense that over half of children in low and middle income countries are in what we sometimes call learning poverty, i.e. have not gained the basic literacy skills by the age of 10. And this is the situation prior to COVID. And when we look at the impact of COVID and COVID-related school shutdowns on learning, we can see that there is a high risk of substantial learning loss. We are getting increasingly real data on the situation of children as they are back in school for, in many cases, up to a year. But this is work that I did towards the end of last year, beginning of this year, modeling what learning loss would look like. And what you can see is that what I did with some co-researchers was assess what was going to be the learning loss over a period of time. We modeled the period, did 3 different scenarios of grade 3 student having their learning stopped for half a year, 3/4 of a year, and a year. And what would it mean for their learning by grade 10? And first of all, you can see the pre-existing learning loss at the top for low-income countries, where for 10 years of actual schooling, children receive only 50% of actually learning. So that's the pre-existing learning crisis. And then when you hit compute the experience of a shock of no learning for these periods of half a year, 3/4 of year and a year, you see that there is a substantial potential for further learning loss, and a further 1.5 year in the case of half a year's learning loss, a 2.8 years of further learning loss in the case of losing a year. So there are some big questions for all policymakers, and I know that in South Africa this has been very seriously approached, of how we need to build back better in terms of learning. There's also been a teacher crisis. Again, a pre-existing teacher crisis. And as I said, I'm talking about the context globally, particularly from the context of sub-Saharan Africa. We have a context where there are teacher shortages, huge numbers of primary and secondary teachers needed if countries are to ensure that teachers leaving the profession are replaced, and ensure that a meaningful teacher-pupil ratio is kept as the youth population grows. Secondly, challenges around teacher skills. There's a couple of examples in that second paragraph around the issue of teachers not having the depth of skills to teach the subjects that they are seeking to support their learners achieve. So for example, in Kenya and Tanzania, which are relatively high performing countries in Africa, only a third demonstrate the requisite pedagogical skills. In low performing countries such as Mozambique, much less. And then issues of teacher absenteeism, and here's a reference to South Africa, where 8 to 10% of teachers are absent from schools. Now that data is a bit old. And you can see at the bottom right of this slide, the various significant experiences of teacher absenteeism that you have across a number of countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. And there's a lot of factors that play into teacher absenteeism and teacher shortages and low teacher skills. But what is clear is that these stresses on teachers and the capability of teachers to support learners has suffered further as a result of COVID. In many cases, teachers have had an increased workload, particularly through COVID, where teachers have been involved in distance learning. Even as schools reopened, there have been additional responsibilities for teachers in relation to safe school reopening and maintaining safe environments, and new standards, new requirements, and also an expanded role for teachers in, and something I'll touch on later, in responding to the well-being and mental health of children. So increased workload for teachers as a result of COVID. In some contexts, I'm not sure if this is valid for South Africa, disengagement with professional activity, where teachers were off and not attending school because they were shut for such a substantial long period of time, and not engaged with supporting learners, which led to disengagement and in many cases, departure from the profession. In lots of cases, we saw limited support to teachers for their changing role, both in relation to school shutdown and in relation to school reopening and safe school reopening. And then when schools were reopened, there were many, many instances globally where school facilities, as they were not conducive for keeping teachers and learners safe. So creating additional stressful burdens on teachers. And it's important to reiterate the challenges teachers face because of the obviously critical role that they play in supporting children's learning. Then I want to move to some reflections on how the child protection system was able to support children through the ongoing COVID crisis and what we saw in relation to the risks associated, the risks that children faced. This graph talks to, and I would point your eyes towards the dark purple or black bars here, where countries aggregated by region, you can see at the bottom by the regions that UNICEF work by, saying whether their violence against children's services were disrupted due to COVID. So just at the point when schools were unable to be a support service for children and young people, a point where children were interacting with others, interacting with professionals, able to get support, that stopped because they went, schools shut down and they went back into the home. Also, the violence against children, the child protection systems, in many contexts, stopped. In Eastern and Southern Africa, well over half of the countries indicated well over half of those that responded reported a disruption in the violence against children services, which will have impacted the ability of services to identify and support children who were experiencing child protection issues. This graphic talks to how significant increases in calls to child helplines have been documented, and you can particularly note a fairly consistent recording of contacts of children calling child helplines, and this is across 40 countries globally. In the first 2 quarters of 2019 to the first quarter of 2020, a slight increase here, but then a dramatic increase in the second quarter of 2020, which was particularly the point where school shutdowns was hardest globally. So we know that there were child protection challenges, and we know therefore that schools are in the midst of addressing these and dealing with these challenges as they as schools are re-establishing themselves post-COVID. We also know that as children move to online learning and to their devices and their families' devices, increasingly during school lockdown, school closures, there were increased online risks. This is a map showing some of the data that we have from the peak, the 2020 particular year, a period in relation to some of the online risks that children have faced, and some disheartening statistics around child sexual abuse and online activity globally. And our picture about the impact of school shutdowns and COVID is increasing. Here you just see a few different examples that show that as lockdown continued, there were, and online activity increased, risks were increased. Here's an analysis of social media that showed that in all but one country that was analyzed, and you can see the countries at the bottom here, all monitored an increase of abusive messages in the comparison between the end of 2019 and the beginning of lockdown in March and April 2020. And so then moving on to mental health, what I'm not presenting is significant new data on mental health in relation to COVID. That data isn't well established as yet. But what you can see is that children globally are experiencing a mental health crisis, where if you look at the second statistics here, 13% of adolescents aged 10 to 19 live with a diagnosed mental disorder. But what we know is that the systems in place in most countries are not able to ensure that that is visible and to respond to that. We know, however, that schools and the learning environment are considered as the ideal platform for promoting children and adolescents' mental health and psychosocial well-being. So the question that I want to move on next to is the second part of the presentation, is, well, what is it as we look in South Africa and globally to build back better? What is digital mechanisms one way that we can support children, young people and teachers' well-being and mental health and health more broadly, that can strengthen school services? This is an important question because we know that schools, and I mentioned this earlier in terms of our evidence that we have around teachers having a higher workload as a result of COVID, both through school shutdowns because of the work they're doing in terms of distance learning, where that was initiated, and in terms of school reopening and re-establishing schools effectively due to safe school reopening and other interventions such as focused curriculum and reforms like that. So schools and teachers are already burdened. Are there other mechanisms that can be brought into play to support the well-being of children, young people and teachers? Now, the reality is actually there isn't a huge, long history of using technology for supporting well-being, but it is a burgeoning area. And I reference here just a few examples. So what we don't have is a long-standing evidence base of the impact of what one might call remote mental health and well-being support mechanisms. But there are a range of interventions that we can start to see emerging that increasingly are forming part of what school systems offer. And broadly, what they look like, and I've got a few examples here, are phone-based services. And I've put the image of South Africa Childline in the top left of the slide here. App-based services, often self-contained apps. So apps that are offering children, young people, particularly teachers, services that support their well-being. Those are two images in the bottom left of the screen of well-known commercially based apps. There's a so that's the first is phone-based services, things like Childline, where users would ring up for support. Second is tablet and phone and online app-based services, excuse me, that users would manage their relationship independently. Many of these services are related to meditation and managing one's own mental health and creating opportunities to engage with well-designed content when in challenging situations, but often one way and self-enclosed. The third at the bottom right is an example of a partnership which in the Europe context, where professional services are being developed to particularly support social workers who are working with children in through school systems. So it's about how do you use distance and technology to create targeted support to those professionals, and in that context it's social workers, but it could equally be teachers who then have a critical role in managing their own mental health, managing their own well-being, to then support children's well-being. And then I've put an emerging example from South Africa, which is very interesting and promising, under the name of telehealth, where UNICEF with Department of Basic Education, NECT, and many of the partners here are exploring how to build a digital model that can support well-being, mental health, and health services. And what we're looking at are things like how can individuals be supported remotely, how can data be collected, respecting privacy, that can provide policymakers and programmers to ensure that resources are allocated effectively and efficiently, and how can different ways of services be reached, how can children, young people and teachers be reached by different services. And I think, so this is a hugely promising area, but what I want to note is whilst it's an emerging area, the possibility of using technology, there are very strong hopes and ambitions about the potential, hopes and ambitions about how with technology, barriers of people accessing support are reduced. Often there is a lot of stigma and our challenges around children reporting the fact that they have experienced violence or are experiencing depression or mental health issues, and not only amongst children, but amongst teachers and adults too. There are obviously barriers in accessing physical services. And with the growth of technology and the growth of access of technology and high quality technology, and growth of artificial intelligence type services where data can be used at the service of individuals' needs, there are real huge potential gains here. But there are questions that we need to think about in terms of how do, as we roll out specific well-being and mental health support and broader health technologies, what do we need to do to make sure that those are going to be equitable when they arrive? And I think one of the things to reflect upon is UNICEF's Reimagine Education agenda, and thinking about how all 5 pillars of work in the education context needs to be put in place, so that when the technologies such as telehealth or the use of other digital technologies to support health come into play, that they do so in a context where all children, young people and teachers can actually access them. So it's important to have a situation where there are devices, connectivity, affordable data, that young people are engaged in the shape of technology, and that we have the content and solutions that are available to all. This is absolutely critical, that we think about system-wide the range of technologies and the different elements of technologies through the education system, so that one can imagine that if we are instituting digital well-being interventions, that children are going to actually be able to access them and not be reliant on perhaps just one device in a household, but also be able to access devices through schools and community centers and other contexts. And we also need to just note how teachers need to be absolutely central to the design and shape of all technological advances when it comes to schools, so that they also, as it relates to well-being and mental health technologies, they are also involved in the design, and they are trained appropriately, so that they have their best foot forward in terms of supporting children and young people access new forms of well-being and health support. A critical part also is about children's safety. I noted earlier that as COVID hit and communities and individuals and households retreated into their homes, and there was lockdown and retreated online, there were increased risks for children and young people. So we need to build our solutions with safety at the forefront. And so what does it mean to create a safe environment online? We need to create our child protection and safeguarding policies. We need to ensure that, yes, whilst we move to digital models of well-being and support, that children have access to school-based counselling services. Often that can be about new models of how teachers work effectively with remote services. So teachers being the first line of identification and referral to of children's maybe experience of violence or experience of mental health issues, but that linking to perhaps much more responsive and much more readily available digital models of telehealth. Creating standards and norms of good online practice, and ensuring that schools are an environment where, in the digital environment, that schools promote effective online practices, online policies, and are an essential source for providing resources and information. These are essential elements to both thinking systematically about technology and thinking about creating a safe online learning context that we need to establish alongside establishing new methods of supporting children's well-being, to ensure that they are equitable, that all children, young people and teachers can access it, and to ensure that they're safe for children and actually benefit all children and young people. I appreciate that I'm taking a substantial amount of time, so I may slip over these slides, but let me just flag that in terms of creating online safe environments, this is a really urgent area, and what we have in the previous slide and this slide are just some references to some significant examples on how ministries of education with ministries of ICT and ministries of children and women, social work ministries have worked together to ensure that through the school environment, clarity from a very young age around how children need to protect themselves and how professionals need to protect children and young people in the context of online learning and online and being online can be established. What it in essence says is that governments need to lead a multi-sectoral effort to ensure that schools provide a safe environment, including in learning environments. And so with that, I am happy to finish my presentation and happy to take any questions. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk through the crises that have hit school systems and some reflections on how technology may well begin to, and how we can use technology to begin to support addressing some of those crises, particularly around well-being and health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chakera. Thank you for insightful information that you have shared with us. Thank you to our delegates that are posting questions on the chat box. And I would like to, in trying to save time, that we would respond to the questions as they are listed on as you are posting them on the chat box. And I would also like to ask the facilitator for the next session, which would also be going deeper into some of the issues, to have a look at the questions that are being posted so that they can also be addressed in the next session. I'm sure the organizers would make sure that we have some of the information that you have shared with us this morning. But thank you again for showing us that, you know, our vulnerabilities when schools are closed and the schools are not available for children contribute to the psychosocial challenges that we face, which catch up with them in later life. Thank you so much for bringing us the messages and showing us that, you know, we are not alone in South Africa. that the global challenges affecting children and education affect all the children globally. Our next speaker is Ms. Jennifer Norrence, who is going to share with us the rapid assessment findings, the care and support CSTL, teaching and learning rapid assessment findings of 2021. It looks like it's a monitoring and evaluation process that they looked at, and she would be sharing with us what is it that they found. She is the regional M&E specialist of MIT Africa, and she also works as monitoring and evaluation, planning and implementation, overseeing that in the 4-country youth agency program. Jennifer, I would like to welcome you. And you know, it's difficult in a virtual world because we have to play catch up with our time. Apologies for that, but I would like to encourage all our delegates to keep posting their questions. And I would ask that the team field them to the relevant presenters that we are having in the conference. Thank you. Over to you, Jennifer.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Maboya, and thank you very much to the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, the DDG of the DBE, to the board chairs, and to the other partners and stakeholders for this opportunity to present to you today. So I am presenting to you on preliminary findings of a rapid assessment of care and support for teaching and learning in South African schools. And this rapid assessment of the CSTL program was done in support of the Department of Basic Education in collaboration with the NECT and MIET Africa. And really it is looking at the gains and the losses for care and support during this COVID era. And just to also reflect on just the interesting presentation from Dr. Shakir and just how really relevant what you were presenting on, and how I think that is definitely speaking, coming through some of these preliminary findings that we have found in South Africa. So the objectives of this rapid assessment were to assess the extent to which CSTL is being implemented in schools across the country, to document the experiences of South African schools during this COVID era, and then to identify areas for strengthening the system in implementation of care and support services, particularly during disruptions or emergencies, because as we know, does not seem like COVID is necessarily going away, and it most likely is a situation that we will see again in other forms. So a rapid assessment, as you can imagine with the term rapid, an assessment is a very short, a very quick evaluation that is done in a very short period of time. And it is carried out in a way to get a sense of kind of the key picture, the key issues that are emerging out of a specific situation. And so in this instance, we had approximately 6 to 7 weeks during which we were planning the evaluation questions and implementing, collecting the data and analyzing. In terms of our methodology, we chose to use an online questionnaire to reach out to as many schools as possible across the country. And we also conducted telephonic interviews with school representatives to get more qualitative data from schools in terms of their experiences. So the online questionnaire focused on the exposure of CSTL and CS training, the existence of school support structures, implementation of the 10 pillars, and then COVID preparedness and response. The link to the online questionnaire was then sent out via the NECT networks, as well as through MIET Africa's social media and networks. And in total, we had 450 responses. And again, this was only really sent out in, we had about a 2-week window during which we were seeking responses. Then the telephonic interviews focused more on general awareness of CSTL and of CS and exposure of schools to the training and how effective those trainings were in really preparing schools to implement CSTL. Also looking at the existing structures and support networks within the schools, and then looking at successes and challenges of implementing CSTL, particularly under the COVID conditions. These interviews were conducted by the NECT trained interviewer networks, and 118 interviews were conducted in total. In terms of our responses, for the online survey, in terms of the distribution of schools by school level, the majority of schools are primary schools, with 69% of the schools responding coming from primary schools and 20% responding from secondary schools. We then also had 6% in combined schools, 2% in intermediary schools or intermediate schools, and another 2% maybe as full support schools or other type of school. In terms of the distribution of schools by province and quintile, we can see that the majority of the schools are coming from Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Northwest Province, with a much smaller representation coming in from Gauteng, from KZN, and from Mpumalanga. We also can see that the majority of the schools represented in the online survey are coming from the first 3 quintiles. So we know that this, again, it's a sort of a voluntary response. So it's not necessarily a representative sample of schools across the country, but for a rapid assessment, this is what we have. And in terms of the schools that were represented in the interviews, they reflect quite a similar profile. So 32% and 38% of the schools in the interviews are coming from Eastern Cape and from Limpopo. 71% of the schools were primary schools, 25 secondary schools, and most of the schools were in quintiles 1 to 3. In terms of the level of exposure to CSTL and training for CSTL and for CS, we can see on the graph on the left that most schools have received some kind of training for CS, with 70% responding positively, but less than half of the schools indicated that they had been trained on CSTL specifically. Who has been trained? In most cases, it was the principal that has been trained, as well as the school-based support team coordinator, and then other teachers. Within the qualitative interviews, the respondents really did identify a lack of sufficient training as being kind of a challenge. So quite a number of the respondents had not indicated that they were not very familiar with CSTL, and very few had actually been trained in CSTL. So 28 schools had 28 out of 118 indicated they had training in CSTL. 11 had said they had been trained on CS. 5 indicated they had been trained in both. And so this leaves the remaining 75 that indicated they had not had recent training on CSTL or CS. However, the schools, both in terms of the online survey and the interviews, do show that they have a lot of the processes in place. They have the structures and they have programs in place that show that they are actually implementing CSTL, just that they might not necessarily know it as CSTL. So the majority of the schools across that responded to the online survey have school-based support teams, and many of the schools also have other support structures like the safety committee or the quality teaching and learning committee, and these are key structures really for ensuring that there is provision of care and support. In terms of how these structures met during COVID, we wanted just to understand the extent to which COVID was disrupting the school support structures. And surprisingly, over half of the schools responded that they actually continued to have in-person meetings. But then also a number of schools, 20% of the schools responded that they used virtual platforms or telephonic meetings in order to carry on with their work. And nearly half used WhatsApp groups as well. However, about a third of the schools indicated that they did not have any meetings for the school-based support team during the COVID period. Other key aspects of support structures within schools. So schools, it's, as one of sort of the ways of schools to be able to access their networks of support is through having a directory of service providers. And when asked specifically if they have a directory of service providers, only 43% indicated positively that they do. However, a number of the schools do report having partnerships and relationships with various service providers, including SAPS or Department of Health, DSD, and with other local partners. So what is represented here is that there is maybe the need to have more formal structures around how these networks are working with the school and supporting the school. Learner support agents were also identified as key support networks by many of the schools in the online survey, as well as in the qualitative interviews, and parents and communities were also identified as key support factors. We also wanted to find out from the schools in terms of the level of support that they receive from the district and how this support has changed over time since March 2020. So in the first column, where it says grand total, we can see that 40% of the schools indicated that they receive enough support or sufficient support from their district-based support team. 45% indicated that they receive limited support, and 15% indicated that they do not feel that they get any support from the district. In terms of how this support has changed over time, the majority, 52% of the schools indicated that the level of support has stayed the same since March 2020. 19 indicated that it had decreased, and then 29% indicated that it had increased. But it is also important to note that 71% of the schools had indicated that the last time somebody from their district or their circuit visited was in 2021, and actually much more specifically, many of the schools indicated that it was a recent visit in October or November of 2021. In terms of the implementation of the 10 CSTL pillars, here we can see that as the Honorable Deputy Minister was saying, the nutrition pillar is certainly one of the strongest pillars for South African care and support for teaching and learning. And nearly all of the schools implement the nutrition program. Those 7% that are not indicated there are likely the private schools that were responding, and so they do not necessarily follow those programs. We also see strong implementation in safety, in social cohesion, in social welfare, and in material support. And just as an explanation of how this assessment was done, in the questions we asked in the questionnaire we asked a number of questions for each of the pillars, and the assessment was sort of based on the school handbook and looking at the key requirements and determining the number or the percent of schools that were meeting those key requirements. The infrastructure WASH pillar is quite low because only 27% of schools indicated that they had sufficient safe toilets for the learner population. But luckily 75% of the schools do indicate that they have sufficient water for their hygiene and sanitation purposes. We also should note that the psychosocial support is quite low, and this is such a key element, especially during the COVID period, as Dr. Shakar was just explaining. So an area that needs further work. 28% of the schools did report that during the past 12 months that they held some sort of mental health awareness as a way of trying to assist the school community in coping with the traumas of COVID-19. In terms of then the effects of COVID on enrollment and on scheduling, 47% of the schools indicated that their attendance rate for term 3 2021 was less than 95%, and that 30% indicated that this attendance was lower than term 3 in 2019, suggesting that there has been certainly an effect of COVID on attendance and enrollments. And a number of comments that came out of the interviews and comments in some of the open-ended questions in the questionnaire point to the challenges of low attendance, dropouts, low engagement among learners. As was also mentioned earlier, we know that unfortunately this period has resulted in a lot of pregnancies among young girls. So the schools estimate that approximately 519 female learners return to school pregnant. The majority are coming from secondary schools, but it is also a low number, but is still shocking to see that 25 learners were, or schools identified that there were 25 learners in the primary schools and 13 learners in combined schools that had returned to school pregnant. We asked questions about the teaching and learning schedule and how schools were coping with the kind of adjusting to the issues of social distancing and also maintaining the curriculum. And so looking at whether they had a weekly or biweekly rotation, a daily rotation or alternative day approach, platooning model, or maintaining a status quo. And quite interestingly, the majority of the schools indicated that they maintained the status quo and stayed as they were prior to COVID. Looking at COVID preparedness and response, so 89% of the schools report that they had been trained on the COVID SOPs, and the majority of these schools felt that they were very able or well able to adhere to the SOPs. And a number of the schools indicated that they had received support from either the department or from donors in the form of masks, hand soaps, thermometers, and so on. And you can see the number of the positive percents in terms of the measures that schools were able to keep in place in terms of having hand washing stations set up for classrooms, temperature checks upon arrival, masks, face shields, and so on. So this is quite encouraging that really schools took this very seriously and ensured that they were as best as possible adhering to the standard operating procedures for COVID. But they did have challenges. And these included the availability or the quality of supplies. Some of the schools indicated that thermometers weren't working or they had a lack of masks over time. They also identified a lack of sufficient space at school that affected teaching and learning. So the space for screenings and the social distancing. Adherence also was a problem among learners in terms of reporting cases and for getting masks. The schools did identify that there was an increase in vulnerability among learners since 2020, but they were responding positively, many of the schools. They started, 37% of schools actually started the feeding program in response to vulnerability during COVID. And they were also providing workshops for parents and community members on COVID and COVID health procedures. And just to wrap up, so there were some really nice comments really examples of how CSTL has been able to be in practice in these schools, really emphasizing that although maybe some of the schools were not necessarily identifying themselves as familiar with CSTL or having been trained in CSTL, they are really living it when we look at some of these responses. In terms of key recommendations, really one of the key recommendations is the need for more training, both just starting up training in CSTL, but then also training for continual training on CSTL and on CS. And then there was also recommendations from schools in terms of the increase of more support systems. So engaging LSAs more consistently within schools, and then also to have other types of support staff and support structures in place, like social workers, psychologists, remedial teachers. Clearly also then the improvement of to infrastructure was identified as a key recommendation, particularly in terms of wash facilities and the number of classrooms to be able to have enough space to proceed with teaching and learning in safe environments. And in conclusion, so many of the schools are implementing CSTL in practice, and they want to be upskilled to better serve learners. CS is certainly a key enabling process supporting schools to implement CSTL. And most schools have at least one support structure. So continued training and workshops are requested to really strengthen these schools in how these support structures operate. Schools did experience strain under COVID-19, but they also persevered, and obviously more resources are required to improve their capacity. And just to note that a fuller evaluation on CSTL in South African schools is planned for 2022. So please keep yourselves aware of the potential for another round of questionnaires to be sent out and interviews. And under this fuller evaluation, we would want to be engaging with young people themselves, with families, community members, to really understand how care and support for teaching and learning is being implemented in South African schools in that full ecosystem approach that has been explained this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you for sharing the outcomes of the assessments that you have been conducting. And ladies and gentlemen, I think the information that Jennifer has shared with us takes us straight into the next session that is commencing just after the tea break. So I would ask that we continue sending our questions, which the facilitators will send directly to our speakers so that they can respond directly or overally include in other presentations, because I'm glad to say that we've got all the expertise in terms of CSTL. Feel free to respond to the questions that you believe you can provide information. Without further ado, I would like to thank everybody for being with us in the opening plenary session. As I've just said, that we would be going into our second session, and I would be retiring and welcoming Dr. Andile Dube of UNICEF, who would be facilitating the next session, which will be focusing on the learning losses and curriculum recovery. But for now, we would take a tea break, and I would request that we commence promptly at 11:05. Thank you.
Every child has the right to quality education. However, of all the South African children who start school, less than half will reach matric, and even fewer will pass. Many face overwhelming obstacles that not only rob them of their right to education, but also their future. CSTL, or Care and Support for Teaching and Learning, exists to change this reality. Adopted in 2008 by all 15 SADC member states, CSTL aims to transform schools into inclusive centers of learning, care, and support, where children stay in school and thrive. In South Africa, the Department of Basic Education has identified 10 priorities for this program. Ensure that every school is rights-based, inclusive, and cohesive. Nutritional support so that no child goes hungry. Health promotion to improve health and well-being. Safety and protection from violence, abuse, and bullying. Curriculum support to ensure every child can learn. Psychosocial support to meet emotional, mental, and social needs. Co-curricular support of activities in and outside the classroom. Social welfare services, including childcare and protection legislation. Infrastructure, water and sanitation to ensure clean, safe and habitable schools. And material support, including school fees, uniforms and transport. They say it takes a village to raise a child, and it will take all of us to be that village. Let's work together to change the landscape so that every child can access quality education and the bright future they deserve. CSTL, Care and Support for Teaching and Learning.
Welcome back, everyone, to this second segment of the CSTL conference. And I'm hoping that everyone is back from tea and we've had some time to actually process all the conversations from this morning. We're not doing very well with time, so I'm not going to go through all the profiles of the speakers. But this morning, all the honorable speakers covered the purpose of the conference and reminded us of why care and support for teaching and learning is so critical, particularly in ensuring 3 areas. 1, access, secondly, retention, and thirdly, performance. So this segment will highlight some of those areas as we look at 3 speakers. One, Nompumelelo, who is the chief or acting chief director. Thank you, Nompumelelo. You are the acting chief director. We'll then hear from Godwin Khoza, who is the CEO of the Education Collaboration Trust. And lastly, we'll hear from Mel Mansfield, who is the program director for Zero Dropout Rate. Nompumelelo, as I said, is the education researcher in the Department of Basic Education, and she is the director for research monitoring and evaluation. She is a current chief and holding the fort on Stephen's behalf. I'm not going to read all of her profile because of time limitation. So welcome, Nompumelelo, and please do take us through.
Andile is being very generous about who and what I do. Let me get right into it. I'll be reflecting on learning losses in the time of COVID-19 based on a collection of research that's been led by the DBE, but that's been done in collaboration with other stakeholders. So a little bit of context. I'm guessing that a lot of us know this, but as a refresher and a reminder, there are about 13 million children in the South African schooling system, which is substantial in terms of the South African population. That makes up about 22% of the overall population. Secondly, unlike in most African countries to our north, in South Africa, 95% of children are in public schools, and the private school share is only 5%. And so when we're speaking about public schooling, we're really speaking about almost everyone in the system. And thirdly, of these public schools, the majority of them, so more than 70%, are quintile 1 to 3 schools. This means that they are no fee charging schools. I think this is important to bear in mind as we speak about learning losses, access to education, and the effects of this on the broader education sector. First part just focuses on school closures and reopening to make sure that we're all on the same page and reading the same information. In 2020, we had the national school closure on the 18th of March. This extended for several months until May 2020. From June, we had a phased reopening by grade. The calendar on your left shows you which phases opened first. You'll see that matric and grade 7 opened first, followed by grade 11 and grade 6, and so on and so forth. But in the end, if you quantify this for 2020, you would see that we lost up to 196 school days in terms of actual days planned for the year. We can think about this as 60% of the school year in 2020 being lost. And so if you take that into consideration and calculate the maximum possible school days, for grade 2, for example, there should have been about 127 school days, so 64% considering the full closure or the phased reopening. But we know that most schools implemented a rotational attendance program or approach to timetabling. This means that, in fact, children in grade 2 only had 40% of a year of schooling last year. Same calculation for grade 4 gives you about 44% of school days for grade 4 learners. Then the next slide should show us what happened in 2021. Before 2021, actually, here is what we also saw if we try and think of attendance by socioeconomic status. This graph shows you attendance in July in green, July in green for open grades. These were grades that were officially opened, but schools could appeal to have closed grades reopen if they met social distancing conditions. And that's what you see in blue for the same time frame. And then ultimately November, all schools were open. What you see here is attendance based on wealth, so socioeconomic status. And the big takeaway here is when we had phased reopening, the wealthiest 10% of children were more likely, twice as likely to be at school than everyone else. And so when we're phasing reopening, actually the wealthy were able to access school more than others. This is the story of 2020. Then in 2021, we lost much fewer days in terms of forced closure or whole-scale closure beyond the public school holidays that had been planned. And we think of 2 timeframes of lost time. The first is a 2-week delay in February, that's about 10 days, and a 9-day early closure that happened in June. So this is a total of 19 days, much, much, much better in terms of lost days compared to 2020. What we are concerned about, though, however, is that rotational attendance continued from January to June. Again, if most schools are on a 50% rotational attendance, and you factor that over the whole year, it means we've lost 25% of the school year by December or by now. And then trying to curb that, we moved to a full return to schooling from term 3. This was announced in July. However, how feasible this is remains to be seen, and we are still collecting data on this. And this is because 73% of quintile 1 to 2 schools have very large class sizes. These are sizes of more than 45 learners within a classroom. This is in contrast to quintile 5 schools. So the likely scenario is that the poorer schools, quintile 1 to 2, were in fact not able to go to full-time attendance from July. And again, that inequality we saw in 2020 would continue because quintile 5 schools have more access and space to be able to go to school. When we asked a group of 230 schools in Northwest how schooling was happening, how many days of schooling they had, the most common answer we had was that they were doing an alternate day rotation. So children were at school for 3 days in 1 week and 2 days in the next week. And this is just to substantiate what I had said about a alternate day rotation. This data is from schools in Northwest Province, but we asked the same question to schools in Mpumalanga, and we got the same answers. Again, these are schools that are quintile 1 to 3, so very much similar to typical South African schools. When we think of overall attendance by grade, we see there was less attendance in July when we had harder lockdown as expected. Attendance had largely recovered to above 90% in November. And in April this year, which was the last time the survey was run, attendance was still fairly high, although a bit lower than it had been in November. Fortunately, though, a DBE analysis of enrollment data from 2021 shows that the number of learners who have dropped out are much less than we had anticipated. We're estimating that about 19,000 learners in the compulsory schooling age may have dropped out. So they were there in 2020 and did not return in 2021 as they should have. And that's something we should be concerned about because of the compulsory schooling age. A second factor, which is more interesting and a bit more towards parents, is that we're seeing about 27,000 fewer first-time enrollments. So these are children that would ordinarily enroll in grade RN1. We're seeing parents delaying with sending them to school. And that's something, again, that we want to keep watching over time to see how these trends play out in 2022 onwards. Now, a little slide on how worried parents were. So while we're trying to manage a pandemic and there are DBE responses, we want to factor in what parents are thinking about sending children to school. And a key takeaway here is we saw high levels of parent worry when they were asked, how worried are you about sending your children back to school during a pandemic? This was as high as almost 75% in July. But thankfully, it changed along with changes in restrictions or lockdown levels. And by April this year, parents were only 45% worried about sending their children back to school. A point worth making here is while parents continue to be worried over time, as you can see, this did not mean they did not send their children to school. So you can be both worried and want schools to be open. Now on to learning losses, now that you have the context and we've spoken through attendance. What is the status of remote learning in South Africa and how do we think that this could work out? We've seen several efforts, multimedia efforts to provide content, particularly on public broadcasting stations, whether that is through television or radio. We've also seen quite a lot of open view broadcasting satellite services providing access to content. And of course, cell phone companies zero rating several education websites. This is all commendable. And I think since this presentation was compiled or since this research was conducted, this has continued to multiply. However, by June 2021, we were only seeing a maximum of 3.5 hours per day focusing on FET learning. So children in grade 10 to 12, this means that children in other grades were not getting the TV exposure, the radio exposure that they would be needing for school. And in any case, 3.5 hours is much less than what a child would typically get in a school day. So that's something to watch. And when we look at the general household survey in terms of TV or internet access, there is still 25% of children who do not have TV or internet access in their homes. And then a further 8% who do not have any internet access at home. And so based on our data and studies, we think that only the wealthiest 5% of schools have students with near universal computer access. So this is to say, if you wanted to run a Zoom classroom as a school, we think that this would only be feasible in only 5% of schools, where each child would have both internet and a computer to be able to learn effectively remotely from home. Then when we try and estimate learning losses, this comes from the 2 reports cited. The one above is based on these projections, and the report below consolidates towards the end of the year what actually happened. So we were seeing here how South Africa was performing in terms of trends over time prior to COVID. The first 2 blocks in 2017 and 18 in green, their stars, show a confirmed positive trend in terms of South Africa's performance in various assessments, in this case focusing on matric. And if you use that to project, you could see that South African learners in matric would be progressively performing better and better and better. And what you see in the yellow line is if we had some COVID catch up, the trajectories that children would have been on for 2019 would be caught up in 2023. But if we do not make any catch-up efforts, the trend we were supposed to be on, we would only reach in 2032. Thankfully, in the case of grade 12, their learning time has been rigorously protected, strongly protected. And so we are anticipating not seeing these worst possible scenarios. When we think about the foundation phase, what we've done here is use DBE data comparing learning in Mpumalanga and Eastern Cape. And in summary, we tested the same grade using the same test in 2 years. We tested these learners in 2019 and then in 2020 to see how they had performed. And what we're seeing is we saw large learning losses in home language at about 75% and in English first additional language at about 50%. This is to say children who were in school in grade 4 in 2020 had learned 75% less than their counterparts who were in the same grade in 2019. The same applies for English as a first additional language. So another way of quantifying the same stat is these children were reading 13 words correct per minute in grade 2. By grade 3, this had moved to 22 words correct per minute. By grade 4, we should be seeing 31 words correct a minute, but instead we were seeing a stagnation. They were reading exactly the same words correct a minute as they had been reading the year before. And this is how we're thinking about learning losses. And so concluding, and in summary of the lessons that we've learned on learning loss, 1, attendance for 2021 and 2022 onwards should be monitored more closely. We not only want to see enrollment or dropout, but we want to know on an ongoing basis if children are in fact attending school. Secondly, we're learning that remote learning is not a viable option for the majority of learners. And so we need to be thinking of some kinds of hybrids for that. Third, we're seeing that rotational attendance may be continuing, particularly if we maintain social distancing requirements within classrooms. And 4, we are particularly concerned about long-term learning losses. And learning losses continue until school disruptions are stopped. And so if children are continuing to attend on a rotational basis, we are concerned that the learning losses are in fact compounding and have not stopped. 5, we note that parent concern about returning to school or participating in school is declining, which is good. And we know from data I didn't present here, but other studies that schools do not pose a specific risk to teachers in terms of COVID-19 infections. And we want to applaud the sector for providing teachers with a special vaccine prioritization. And finally, note that children are not at a special risk through going to school and therefore encourage a return to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Pumi, for laying the foundation for this segment and taking us through the issues that are impacting access, retention, and performance. You've also drawn us into very important evidence around how this has impacted on the gains in the sector. And this evidence really is showing us that poor are disproportionately affected. And it is very useful as the sector is dealing with recovery post-COVID-19 and thinking about how long it will take to recover, but also the areas that will need special attention. It's also drawn us to the fact that while some of the international studies have shown that we are on a positive trajectory, but COVID-19 has really affected that. Colleagues, let's keep the conversation going on social media. Please do hashtag CSTL 2021 and on the conference platform. Let's keep the conversation going as we listen to Mel Mansfield, who is the program director for Zero Dropout Rate. Mens is a policy expert and works for Digimarate Trust. Over to you, Mel.
Good morning, Ms. Dube, and good morning to colleagues and attendees of the conference. I would like to acknowledge the Minister of Basic Education, Deputy Minister and senior officials this morning, as well as the partner organizations from NECT, UNICEF and MEAT for making this wonderful conference possible. And I'm going to be talking to you today about school dropout, and particularly a rapid response to school dropout that we need to initiate in order to prevent and mitigate the impact of COVID-19. I'm just sharing my screen and ensuring that you can see that. Part of my presentation today is really just going to be positioning what dropout really is and how we think about dropout, and then also looking at kind of pre and post-COVID implications for dropout based on some of the most relevant data that we can talk through today. And then lastly, looking at what some of the lessons are from research we've conducted over the past 4 years, some of the tools that are grounded in best practice globally that we've also made available for people to try and use within school spaces. So I'm going to kick off just going through how we define dropout. And for us, we understand dropout as the eventual consequence of a long process of disengagement over time. And this is really a global phenomena and the way in which the global literature and research looks at it. And this means that dropout is not a singular event, and we need to understand disengagement to be able to adequately address dropout and prevent it from happening. And so disengagement is this term that's now being globally used to describe how learners are gradually affected by a process and an interaction of factors and lose the ability to focus in school. And there are a number of factors that can often be clustered into push-out factors, which look like poor teaching and learning, poor learner outcomes, which heighten disengagement and often occur within a school space. And then others that can be clustered as pull-out factors that really speak to community factors, family factors such as poverty, inequality, trauma, a lot of what other presenters have spoken about this morning that also heightens disengagement. From our lessons and from what we're seeing in research, we see that our initial consideration that dropout is directly and only related to poor learner outcomes and failure and repetition is actually incorrect. And that dropout is actually positioned in this very complex process of disengagement that gets heightened over time to the point where a learner eventually does drop out of school. And as a result, our consideration for teaching and learning does need to be very centered around how we integrate care and support to prevent disengagement from affecting learners. And so that's why I'm really excited about this conversation today, and to hear very similar thoughts and research being brought that shows how disengagement really impacts learners' ability to learn and to adequately participate in the education system. Another way of looking at this is just currently, we view the cycle with teaching and learning as the pivotal thing and the main thing, which is the right thing in many regards. And so we plug in interventions to improve teaching and learning. However, we have found that disengagement and all the associated factors are root causes and not only affect dropout, but also other learner outcomes that we are trying to accomplish. And so if we begin with the same causal loop of teaching and learning, but we begin with interventions that focus on psychosocial support, for example, and really spinning around disengagement to engagement, we see how this causal loop becomes a much more positively reinforcing loop. So changing engagement and learner outcomes as being prioritized alongside teaching and learning efforts, which makes whatever interventions we plug into teaching and learning, have a greater likelihood of getting greater traction and having greater success within the education space. And so today, that's really what we want to frame this rapid response around in terms of preventing dropout, is really in understanding that positioning our interventions as an holistic approach to learners through care and support enables us to do so much better. And that certainly has been, our lessons from the work we've done with the organizations in South Africa that have been testing interventions for the past 4 years. Very quickly going to look at the dropout numbers. And I think that Mpumi has really set the stage in terms of the impact of COVID. But I'd like to take us to before COVID, where we look at numbers like 40% of learners who start school in grade 1 exit the school system before they make it to grade 12. And this was really from a cohort study that was done in 2016 by some researchers at the University of Stellenbosch. And they tracked the 2008 matric cohort across school and into post-school to understand what educational attainment looked like. And many a times we hear that this number is not correct because there's a linear tracking that happens and we're not accounting for repetition, for example, or for learners migrating to other parts of the system. And so I'd like to turn our attention to a more recent analysis of data, which looks at the learner flow through school. And I think one of the videos that was played during the tea break, or just before we came back from tea break, very eloquently said that we only get about 50% of our learners to a school completion rate currently. And this data was analyzed through using the learner unit record information and tracking system and triangulated with some of the data from the data-driven districts dashboards. And this report was released by Michael Susan and Dell Foundation in collaboration with Stellenbosch University in August of this year. And it helps us to kind of get the real picture around administrative enrollments and what that means in terms of the efficiency of the system. So somewhere, somehow our learners are getting stuck and getting lost in moving through the system or flowing through the system comfortably. And that has serious implications for disengagement. One of the next things we also need to look at and be mindful of is definitely repetition stats. And I think that repetition within the system, we often like to think about repetition as a terrible twin to dropout, particularly where repetition is not able to allow a learner to remediate at a fast enough pace to find repetition meaningful, because repetition does mean that we have over-age learners within our system. Mpumi set the stage for, our quintile 1 to 3 schools, which are the majority of schools within our country and serve the greatest proportion of learners. But we can also see that in terms of our performance in quintile 1 to 3 schools, that only about 40% of learners are at the right age for their grade within those schools. And that does mean that learners within the country, and this is in 2019, so before the pandemic, had already repeated at least once. And so there's already an existing tenuous relationship with school that is posed by academic difficulty and the implications of disengagement on that. One of the very interesting things I think from this diagram that we need to take away is also that the learners in grade 10, 11, and 12 are 20% of them are at least 3 or more years older for their grade, which is significant and means that those learners had already at some point in their schooling journey repeated either early on or later on. And we also see that it is very likely that 1 in 4 learners who enroll in grade 10 will repeat that grade. And so this is useful for us to think about where those bottlenecks exist. And currently it does appear that in the FET stage, which is post-compulsory school attendance in terms of our policy, some of our learners are getting lost and stuck and unable to get to the end of matric, which does have implications for how they're able to navigate their lives after school, particularly because at the moment our matric certificate is the only viable or signaling kind of tool for post-school qualifications and employment offerings for learners in the country. So what does the dropout stats look like if we are triangulating the same kind of data sets? We can see that there is dropout per grade positioned on this graph, and the UNESCO method of comparing enrollment between 2 years while accounting for repetition and progression to arrive at a given number was used in calculating this data. And the 2018 LUDITS data was used. And we can see that repetition, dropout spikes between our grade 10 and 11 years, with 11% of dropout in both of those grades. We can see that although we have dropout in our primary school grades, it's a lot less, and that the problem becomes really cumulative in our high school phase, and particularly in the FET phase, which again has implications for how learners are able to navigate life after school. What is very useful and important to think about is that this data gives us one picture, and it would be useful for us to be able to look at the trajectory of learners over time. So at the moment, we are unable to understand if the learners who are repeating in grade 10 are the same learners who are dropping out in grade 10, for example, or the learners who have repeated early on in primary school are the same learners who are repeating in grade 10 and therefore dropping out. And that is because we aren't able to, at this time, use our learner level data to position or profile learners over a period of time, because we don't have individual learner tracking numbers, which is something that we definitely need to move to in terms of building back better, because that does allow us to have a much more evidence-based approach in planning for education, but also in predicting trends and understanding profiles of learners as they move through the system. I'm very quickly going to go through COVID-19. I think that Mpumi has spoken quite a bit about the impacts of COVID-19 as well as previous presenters in terms of the global context. And so South Africa is not unique in our response and the need to respond to the pandemic and the impact that it has had. But I think in positioning this engagement, and particularly those blockages that exist in the system currently, we understand that we are moving from a base where there was already difficulty, where learners had already had tenuous relationships with school, where there was already stress that was impacting on a learner's engagement level. And at this stage, that being heightened through the impact of the pandemic is where we need to focus in terms of understanding what the long-term costs of that disengagement might be. And so even if we're not seeing enrollment data or attendance data that is looking alarming at this stage, we must understand that disengagement and the way in which it works might show up very differently within the school space currently. So for example, we might have learners who are attending school but are battling with their disengagement because they feel demotivated or they don't feel like they have the ability to catch up with school. One of the other ways in which we can think about it, for example, is also thinking through the stress risk model. In 2011, a study from researchers at Cornell and Columbia University spoke through how poverty and inequality increases cumulative risk exposure and therefore increases chronic stress, and chronic stress or toxic stress is directly related to psychological impacts for a learner's ability to learn. And so I think all of those mechanisms at play at the same time in the many factors that learners are navigating are important for us to understand, track, and respond to early on enough so that learners don't drop out of school as an eventual outcome. So what are the ways in which we can do that, and why do we need to do that? We've really been talking as the Zero Dropout campaign about a rapid response to preventing dropout, and really thinking about, calling people to action, because dropout is not just the problem of the Department of Basic Education or teachers or schools, but really because it is so complex, it is a problem for our country, and it has dire impacts on our country if we don't resolve it. And so every person within the country and every stakeholder within the education ecosystem does have a role to play. I think just very quickly looking at the proportion of unemployed individuals by education level from the Q3 2020 results, we can see that the majority of people who are unemployed in our country don't have a matric certificate. And so this has implications for how our young people are able to navigate their lives meaningfully and become gainfully employed. And a response to really ensuring that we are moving towards care and support for Teaching and Learning is about understanding and changing our own perceptions around dropout, becoming uncomfortable about the fact that learners are getting stuck in the system and that they are somewhere, and understanding and identifying which role we need to play in the ecosystem in order to respond to that. So alongside, I have a diagram which looks at all of the role players that form a safety net, both within the school system as well as outside. And we really do need a multi-partner and multi-sectoral approach to support schools to prevent dropout. Schools cannot do this on their own. And so I think I've been very encouraged by some of the innovative responses that schools and organizations have come up with, where they've formed these networks of support that allow them to track learners at risk and respond to learners very quickly in order to hold them within the school space. So we've seen in the provinces that we've worked in Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and KZN, with organizations, a decrease in chronic absenteeism, a decrease in a delayed response, so definitely being able to track the interventions as they occur, and reintegration efforts that have worked in terms of repositioning and including or reintegrating learners into the school space that have had tenuous relationships or have dropped out of school, but not permanently. This diagram also reflects that each of the role players support one another in implementing an effective dropout prevention initiative. So there's support that goes directly to the learners, but for the network to work successfully, there needs to be very clear partnership and networking ability between the different role players. And I think from a systemic level, we would have to emulate that as well. And I think this conference is a good example of how learning from the global context and regionally and forming partnerships around care and support, these networks filter down. But I think at a ground level, we have to absolutely intentionally build these networks. And part of the work we've done is to build protocols around how to do that, how to build these networks of support, how to implement these strategies and protocols. And there are 4 key areas which all of us, and particularly schools and education ecosystems, need to work on. The first part is absenteeism tracking. And absenteeism, as we know, and chronic absenteeism is a key symptom and indicator for disengagement in learners. Often when learners are not showing up to school, there are reasons beyond illness or being unable to access school that are at play, and understanding those and tracking those and re-engaging learners early on is really useful, because the longer a learner is away from school, the harder it is to reintegrate them into school. Data analysis and early warning systems, I'm going to be talking to a little bit more in the next slide, but really just belaboring the point that I'd made earlier around being able to predict and analyze trends over time. An early warning system is a tool that we've developed that tracks academic achievement, behavior, and chronic absenteeism to use a risk matrix to help us understand where learners' risk levels are in terms of disengagement and responding to that adequately. A third area is definitely psychosocial support systems. And from the presentation that Jennifer did, we can see that we're not doing as well in terms of psychosocial support, but that there is a need to really understand what referral networks exist and how we do that more appropriately by crowding in support into schools. And this is really the 4th area, which is partnership building and stakeholder involvement. And I think there's been previous presenters that have spoken to the need for internalizing LSAs, for example, child and youth care workers. We've seen community volunteers that are trained around absenteeism tracking and supporting schools, for example, in identifying learners who are exhibiting symptomology of disengagement. So as I go to the next slide, which is my second last slide, this is really what a risk matrix looks like. And it looks at early warning system to provide us with the indicators of when a learner's risk is spiking and helps us to respond to the learner before the disengagement level reaches the point of dropout. This early warning system is available together with a toolkit on school dropout prevention that you can download from our website. And this really puts together a number of practices and protocols that have been developed by the organizations on the ground, which I'd like to acknowledge, in testing different interventions across time. So how to do absenteeism tracking in low-resourced environments, how to actually form a network of support around learners using the school-based support team, as well as champions community, as well as volunteers, as well as NGOs, and other resources that are available, but intentionally building these protocols into our systems for daily integration of care and support into teaching and learning. I think a very key element is that research has shown us that learners who have at least one caring and supportive adult within their lives are more likely to do better. It serves as a protective factor to the risk that they are exposed to. And so this conference is really, I think, a start and a call for champions of children. And so thank you for having us, and thank you for allowing us to share what we've learned.
Thank you, Ms. Manfield. This has been very enlightening when we talk about school to work transition. And all the conversation and evidence that you have provided is challenging us to look and align to all other evidence that shows us the plight of dropping out. Very useful conversation, and I hope that we are keeping the conversation going online on social media as we introduce Godwin Khoza, who needs no introduction. Godwin is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Education Collaboration Trust, and he really will cover the learning recovery interventions in the context of COVID-19 and all those lessons that have been learned in the sector and how prepared we are for future pandemics. Over to you, Godwin.
So, good morning, Chairperson, and thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me to make an input in this conference. I'm just going to try and share my presentation if I can, Chairperson. So I'm sharing the screen. Apologies, Chairperson. I seem to have a little more than one screen open. So I'm just going to open the relevant one and go back to the sharing. I wonder if you can see anything at this point, Chair?
We can see you, Godwin, but not the presentation.
Okay, I've got it right. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can now see both the presentation and your face. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. But let me start from the beginning and just acknowledge the partners who are part of this conference, starting with the Department of Basic Education. I also want to acknowledge the Deputy Minister and Dr. Whittle, as well as Mr. Bottoman, who I know has worked very hard to contribution to the arrangement of the conference. I do also want to acknowledge and thank the collaboration of UNICEF, yourselves, the head of the office, as well as other colleagues who've been part of these preparations. The same goes for MIET, as well as some of the NECT colleagues, including Ms. Lynn van der Est, who has played quite a critical role in the conceptualization of the conference. So, Chairperson, I'm going to share with the conference a ongoing work that we've been on since the past 6 months. I'm sure all the education systems across the world are busy thinking about how to rebuild and to reboot education systems. The same applies here in South Africa. So the National Education Collaboration Trust has been working hand in glove with the department to explore, how we organize and support the rebooting and the rebuilding of the education system. So, Chairperson, I just want to start by reflecting on the National Education Collaboration Trust. So put it on, in context for, people who may not know the National Education Collaboration Trust. We are a trust set up by government, led by the Department of Basic Education, alongside teacher unions, a private sector, so business, as well as civil society organization. We're about 8 years and we've been doing work in the education sector in South Africa, On the screen, you'll see our summarized mission, which is to mobilize national capacity to assist government to achieve distinctive, substantial, and sustainable improvements in education. All those qualifications brought to bear in that mission based on what we have learned from this kind of collaborations in the past. The National Education Collaboration Trust is actually an inspiration of the National Development Plan, which was adopted in South Africa following some 3 to 5 years of investigation of development needs in the country and adopted in 2012. So following that, the NECT was set up, and we've been hard at work with the Department of Basic Education and our partners to support that mission. The National Education Collaboration Trust, in brief, is organized into nine programs. One focuses on district and school improvement, the largest of the programs that we support the education system on. Two is systemic interventions, and that has to do with propping up key systems that are central to education reform, such as the improvement of the school management and administration systems, as well as provision of relevant and key technical assistance into the system. The third one focuses on innovation, and in particular curriculum innovation. Fifth, and the fourth, I've skipped that because we haven't done much work. It's on the support of the private sector initiatives. But the fifth one focuses on education dialogues, which is the basis on which the NECT was founded. And we continue to get stakeholders to talk around education and encourage the embrace of a common vision on how education can be improved. The sixth, it's internal operations that have to do with finances and governance. I won't look into that. And the seventh has to do with special projects and partnerships, which is the propelling energy behind all the work that we do. The eighth, it's monitoring and evaluation, which cuts across all of those. And in fact, it seeks to establish how well we're moving towards our targets, as well as continue to create or contribute to the evidence base for education reform in the country. The ninth is an area called investment portfolios. It's an area that we've adopted at the height of the pandemic last year, upon realizing that we needed to jack up our collaborations and networking around key aspects that would support the recovery of education. That being the case, and I suppose as is the case everywhere else, we have recognized how the pandemic has impacted negatively on the developments that we had gained. Mpumi has presented some of those, earlier on, and the NECT had to go back to the drawing board together with the DBE to establish how best to support, the recovery of education systems. We couldn't help it but to fall back on our founding design principles, which revolved around, focusing on smaller number of ambitious goals, taking advantage of partnerships, and in fact, drawing political and cultural commitment around the education sector, as well as setting high aspirations and high standards, for, in schools. But at the center of that, we always believe that what would actually deliver education reform is working towards deep pedagogic change with some systemness. If we had time, we could go deeper into that. But in summary, the NECT essentially supports the education system, and it brings on, other partners who want to collaborate in that mission. What's emerging following the COVID-19 pandemic is our assumption that education system will continue in the future, using what we call, twin screens. So the basic policy and programming work of education system that we've been busy with before the pandemic, we assume that continues, and it has to continue. But unfortunately, we are forced by what has happened in the past 2 years to bring in another screen that we think should focus on rebooting the systems, the education systems, as well as working towards a clearly defined recovery programs and building back better, as the world has turned its attention to. So the NECT as well has subdivided its work in that sense. We continue to support the department on its basic policy and programming work, but secondly, adopting a screen that is concerned about a rebuilding the education system. We have used a very simple disaster management model to understand where we are and how we could be proceeding with support of the education reform agenda that we've been pursuing in South Africa. And in this case, we use the Haydon matrix of disaster management. And the key elements from that a matrix is an emphasis to do to carry out a pre-event assessment of where things have been before the pandemic. And I think the importance of that is actually recognizing that we had made gains and there were still gaps even before the pandemic. So the important thing is to recognize those and to take into consideration the long-term development goals that we've been pursuing. But secondly, the matrix or the approach, the disaster management approach, encourages us to look closely on what the impact of the pandemic has been. Bumi and Ms. Mele have looked at some of those. But perhaps a point that we need to emphasize is how we need to carry out that assessment with an understanding of the nestedness of the education ecosystems. So often we do the assessments at learner level in the classrooms in respect to learning and teaching and their mastery of content and competencies and so on, which is very important. But the message that this proposal actually carries is that we've got to carry out that assessment in a more comprehensive manner that takes into account the nestedness of education ecosystems. That point could not be more appropriate than today, where we're dealing with issues of care and support. So care and support is around, surrounds what happened in the learning and teaching core. And what we're promoting is that we've got to understand those aspects of care and support in the same way that we put attention on, issues of, learning and teaching at the center. And I'm sure the group that is meeting here today would understand that ecosystem. But going forward, the proposal that we've been working on suggests that we should address or respond to the COVID-19 impact on education in 4 big ways that would essentially help us reprioritize plans, resourcing, and capacity utilization within the system. The first is on essentially rebooting the education system. And the basic assumption there, which we believe is true, carries some truth, is that the education systems have gone on a learn mode. We've gone on rotation. Some of the education systems in the world are still closed and they are starting to reopen. The reopening and the bringing back of the education system back, to life and to full operations will require deliberate, actions that are taken up by both the education departments as well as the communities around those education departments. In South Africa, as you know, the rebooting of the system started as early as the middle of 2020, when some of the learners were brought back to schools, and there've been a lot of, carefully thought through regulation processes and consultations, as well as surveys that established the stances that communities and stakeholders took around bringing back learners and so on. As the previous speakers have indicated, some, and in fact a fair number of our learners are still on rotation, and that's a cause for concern because they continue to lose on learning. So that particular area of a response encourages a stepping up efforts to bring back all our learners back to schools. The second area is driving a focused, recovery agenda. So the world has been quick to talk about a recovery across a range of aspects. But what has been emphasized, as we see in literature and a lot of programs that have been introduced, it's actually recovery in the classroom. And well, I mean, recovery in the classroom is at the center of it, but around that, we see a whole lot of concentric cycles that have to do with other aspects that we have to recover on. I reflect a bit on the three kinds of gaps that we have to reflect on. Thirdly is the whole business of building back better. Different countries, different parts of the world have started talking about building back better. And what the position that we take is that over and above how the world is approaching building back better, it is important that South Africa defines the central agenda to building back better. At the center of that, as practiced by other systems, even private sector organizations, is actually propping up the social justice agenda, which the Deputy Minister spoke about and linked it to our pro-poor policies revolving around nutrition and so on and so forth. So that would have to be, jacked up going forward to protect the poor, as the world has come out to do following the pandemic. Environmental sustainability is one of the aspects that define building back better across the world, taking advantage of the innovation space, as well as mitigating the impact of future pandemics. Certainly, there's going to be future pandemics, and we think that it is important that the education system start talking about how to avoid or minimize those impacts should we, be subjected to, such pandemics in the future. And the last one, which is a matter of principle, is maintaining focus on the macro level development goals that we've been, pursuing before the pandemic. Often, and what's possible is that we'll be pressurized to address the urgent, elements of the recovery and forget about the long-term development agenda. So we've used that framework to start suggesting, how we could work together to respond to the impact of a, COVID-19, as we, optimistically think that we are at the tail end of it. So I said I'll talk a bit about the educational impacts to COVID-19. At the center of those, as the two other speakers have spoken to, I think clearly is the loss of teaching time. We all know that, and we continue to lose teaching time in some of those schools that where learners are still, rotating in the main, secondary schools. Secondly is learning losses, which many of our colleagues, and Pumi has indicated to have started working on that to establish exactly, how much we have lost and how much we can potentially lose if we continued on those trajectory. The third one, which I think it's a more complex one, it's actually the loss of learning opportunities. And simply expressed as missing the opportunity to teach our learners the age-specific, content. So simply, simply demonstrated in, for instance, a grade 7 learner who was supposed to have learned certain content in 2020, that particular grade 7 learner will not be 7 years again in the future. So, and I think that's the big challenge for those who are reviewing the curriculum, and we will need to, as educationists, think hard about how we support teachers to actually deal with the very challenging aspect of lost learning opportunities. How do we bring back that, learning a couple of years, afterwards? We also think, in fact, it has also emerged in some of the rapid appraisals that we've done, that our schools actually have been subcategorized, and they've been forced to go into, different categories. There are those schools that have taken advantage and brought the learners back and kept the learners in schools. all the time that they were allowed to go to schools, that is except during the hard lockdown. And those are the schools that had space to bring back the learners. Those schools would have enjoyed much more learning time. And there's a second category of schools which could only come back in July this year when the regulations were changed and they looked at their situations and they found that they had some space that they could bring additional learners on the basis of which they can bring additional learners. Then there's the third category of schools, which are unfortunately continuing to rotate. Though that category of school is the big concern for the system and everybody else who works in the sector. But I think the big message that's coming out of this is that we have schools in different categories, and it may require us to actually plan the response to COVID-19 impact, taking into account those different categories. So in a sense, the underlying message here is that we should not deal with these schools in the same way. So colleagues, there are many ways in which responses could be mounted in following the COVID-19 impact on education. We have come to an agreement on about 6 key priority pillars that should cut across the response. The first being ensuring school functionality and increasing time on task. So Mpumi spoke about making sure that there is attendance, but over and above that, we need to make sure that those who go to school actually optimally utilize the learning and teaching time that is there. Secondly, we've got to make sure that many of those schools that are still on rotation, come back. I think if we did that, it will contribute quite significantly to our response. Secondly, is of course dealing with learning, recovery first by understanding how deep the cut has gone and how best we respond, to those. The third is teacher professionalization to drive learning recovery. Teachers in every classroom would have to deal with the curriculum delivery differently from how they have before the pandemic. Key, we think, in responding, in how teachers will respond, should be bringing in or jacking up the aspect of care and support in the way, they take teaching going forward. The fourth is curriculum, research and review. And I'm happy to, share that we've been working with the DBE colleagues to look at reviewing the curriculum for the short term, but also to look at what kind of reviews on the curriculum could be brought about for the longer term. So taking advantage of the innovation space and thereby building back better. The fifth is bringing along parents, stakeholders, civil society in the response. In South Africa, stakeholders have been playing a very active role actually in bringing back the kids, and there's been lots of consultations which the minister has led since COVID-19 has reached our shores. So almost on a monthly basis, the minister has been going out to talk to stakeholders about what the department had been planning to minimize the effect of COVID-19, but also to listen to suggestions on how the impact could be minimized. I mean, the last proposal is to ensure an improved, resourcing of early grade reading and numeracy to minimize the impact of COVID-19, particularly at the lower grades. So, Chairperson, this long, list of, detailed plans that I could share with yourselves. I don't think that this is the right, platform to do that, but we'll be happy to share those activities and plans which we have packaged in line with these priority areas across the 4 areas of rebooting, recovery, building back better, and pursuing the long-term goals. So, but I think the important thing in this presentation is just to share the framing of the response and to ensure that we respond in a comprehensive manner that will bring back our education system back on track, but will also ensure that all the elements that are responsible for supporting learning and teaching are revitalized, they are rebooted, and they are operationalized, once more. So let me stop there. I won't go through all these aspects which are organized into the rebooting, the recovery, and the building back better, as well as the long-term agenda. But just to say that to get the work started, I mean, we have identified some quick wins, which includes, tracking 1,000 schools to find out where they are, and there's a random sample of, schools that we started tracking, and we're running a panel, panel studies on basic functionality to see how we can improve that. Improving school, identifying schools that need some resourcing and some quick improvements, national messaging about bringing back, the schools, stakeholder consultations that have started, monitoring the very COVID response, initiative, developing a recovery tracker. So, agreeing with teachers and classrooms on how the delivery of the recovery curriculum will be pursued. A very interesting one, it's number 8, that revolves around digital and simplified trackers and planners. And this is a new innovation that we're trying out, which will connect the households to what is being taught in schools, in classrooms, in particular weeks and days, so as to bring the household on board and allow them to follow what is being taught in schools. Chair, let me stop there. We can share the presentation and take the discussions forward when the time allows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Godwin. Some very practical proposals, some very clear quick wins, some very clear areas around the role of technology in dealing with all of the challenges that the sector finds itself. Indeed, South Africa was caught off guard. Never have we had to deal with such a huge pandemic and have all of our schools closed. But what we have learned is how the sector created platforms to quickly collaborate and provide a response to particularly schools in the system that would otherwise not get some of that support. And thanks once again for sharing some of the areas that the NCT is beginning to look at with partners and some of the work that has been done through the NCT. This again, colleagues, is a conversation that continues online. It's a conversation that needs to continue long after this conference. It's a conversation that needs to use evidence that has been provided by Mpumi on all areas of teaching and learning, but dropout rates, the evidence that has been provided by Mel on dropout rates, and some of the proposals around addressing that, and lastly, using the platforms that Godwin has highlighted. We're going to quickly go through the questions, and we're going to try to close the session in the next 3 minutes. Not all those questions can be answered today, but the conversation continues on social media, on the platform, and we get some of the speakers who spoke prior to address the questions. Firstly, there's a question around support for teachers, which which goes out of the boundaries of South Africa. And again, Grenville has highlighted this morning that CSTL is not only a South African framework, it is a SADC framework, and all countries respond differently, but they all aligned around how do we ensure that teachers as leavers are supported in the system. Maybe Mpumi can also take a little bit around how this is done for teaching and learning, particularly numeracy and literacy, and as the department responds with all of the curriculum trimming and all of the activities. There are questions around the slides. Yes, we've responded on the app. All of the presentation will be shared. There's a comment around the training of STLs on CSTL, which we will share with the rest of the colleagues and get the response thereof. Connor also asked a question around a learner can support module. We will respond to this and possibly get the rest of the DPE colleagues to deal with this tomorrow as we deal with health and social protection and all the aspects of care and support for teaching and learning. I see there are questions also that are directed to the Deputy Minister, which will make sure that comments on that are being provided, Jabulo, on the work that you are asking around holistic development of learners in school, and we then and how do we see the roles of homes and communities as we deal with post-COVID response. There are questions around mainstreaming of school counselors. Again, we're going to get the team from care and support to begin to address those questions tomorrow as we deal with health and social protection. And again, on Friday, as the conversation continues on care and support for teaching and learning. So thank you, everyone. I don't suppose that there are questions that the colleagues that are addressed to the colleagues who are on the platform right now. We will keep this conversation going, and thank you for participating, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow as we get into the areas of health and social protection and all of the pillars of care and support for teaching and learning. You've been a really great audience, and please do keep those questions coming, and we hope to see all 302 of you online tomorrow and on Friday, and please do remind our colleagues to also join the conversation. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.